Ходимо доїмот, чимоджикин мупу, менду, дарова, єттиктим гатурі, доробоче, амучичайлалек, дороболорун. Здравствуйте. And I greet you on all state and official languages of indigenous peoples of Yakutia. And we start our scientific workshop. This workshop will be devoted to discuss main results of scientific researches of indigenous adaptation practices to climate change in northern Yakutia. Examples of integrating scientific research with indigenous people to address the impacts of climate change will be considered. Workshop focuses on human development, including catalyzing investment in education, skills, health, and well-being, in particular for indigenous peoples. And let's start our workshop. And I want to give floor to our first speaker, Vladimir Vasilyev, is our permanent partner of the Institute for Humanitarian Research and Indigenous Peoples Affairs of Siberian branch of Russian Academy of Science. And he say about how the Northern Forum supports the project to preserve traditional ecology knowledge. Please, Vladimir.
Thank you. Thank you, Slava. First of all, I would like to welcome everybody in our Arctic Pavilion. It's the first year of Arctic Pavilion on COPs, and we hope that all sessions will be very interesting. We will organize more than 40 sessions during conference days. So just very welcome. And I would like to welcome our online participants from scientific researchers from Sakha Republic, Yakutia, and others. As for the Northern Forum, you know that it is international organization, and we are just observers of the Arctic Council and the UN framework on climate change. So just in early years in our history, there were quite a lot of projects dedicated to indigenous peoples and traditional ecological knowledge. Perhaps you remember our joint work with Snow Change Cooperative from Finland. It's a huge indigenous peoples network on the traditional knowledge in the northeastern part of Yakutia and in the southern part. We had two model territories in Nirungri, Iyengra, Evenki people, and in Nizhny Kolymskaya district, we have Chukchi, Aven, and Yukagir peoples. So just observations on climate change and observation on natural phenomena by communities, native peoples communities, were very interesting. We implemented these projects during more than 10 years, and most important results of our joint work was that all observations of the native communities were included in the Arctic Council reports, huge reports on the biodiversity conservation. I remember that there were a lot of disputes between just traditional scientists. They had no beliefs that native communities' observations could be obvious or just can be trustable, etc. But finally, just many facts and many observations, the data were included in this very, very good report. So just it was a very good example of our joint work on international level to introduce traditional knowledge widely. And we would like to continue such kind of activities in coming years. We try to establish more close connections with native peoples communities within Russian Federation first. Unfortunately, this Arctic cooperation for nowadays is collapsed, and Arctic Council just acts not in full scales. Though that working group of the Arctic Council started online meetings this fall. Hopefully, we will suggest some projects to be implemented within the Arctic Council, but it will take time, I guess. And again, just Arctic states, Western Arctic states, would not like to have some very to have productive cooperation with Russian Federation. So it's make a lot of obstacles for us to organize interactions between the permanent participants even. RIPON has very low communications with permanent participants from abroad. So just it's and then taking into account that international polar year is coming in 2032 to 2033. It could be far, but time flies very fast, and we need to do something in this direction. So just together with the Northeastern Federal University, the Northern Forum established Russian-Asian Consortium on Arctic Research. There are more than 20 universities and research institutes from many regions of Russia and several universities from India and China. And we hope that Mongolian institutes and universities and others from other Asian countries will join us. Especially we're just looking for BRICS countries. So just as BRICS is growing up, we know that they are not Arctic states, but if we say about traditional knowledge, it can be very useful to establish close connection with native communities in these countries and to learn more how they organize environmental protection actions in their regions and countries and their communities, what they do, how they can organize observation, how they teach their children. So just everything could be very, very useful. So just the Northern Forum as international organization is a very good platform for that. We are open for all countries now, not only for the Arctic ones, and try to organize different events abroad. For example, last year we worked in Mongolia. This year, just China. In Harbin, we organized a very good scientific and business forum, Northern Forum China. And the last month in Qingdao, it was very successful discussion on Russian-Chinese Arctic academic meeting. So just I would propose to our institutes who dedicated to native people's issues to be a part of this consortium and suggest real and very concrete research projects on traditional ecological knowledge and experience. So there could be very, very many good examples. You remember that digitalizations of language and cultural heritage of native peoples was supported by the Arctic Council. And it was a joint project of the Northeastern Federal University of the Northern Forum. And we hope that the work within these projects will be continued in coming years, at least in the Russian Arctic. So just I just said mentioned a few examples how we can work together, and if you will say Safa, any questions or comments, I will be very, very appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Vladimir. And now I want to give a floor to Sardana Bayakova. She is a director of the Institute for Humanitarian Research and Indigenous Studies of North, Siberian branch of Russian Academy of Science. I give her floor to greet us and make a report on the theme construction of environmental education programs in Siberia, Yakutia, based on the synthesis of traditional and scientific knowledge. Dear Sardana, you are online.
Yes. Good morning, colleagues. Yes. Так, sorry. Так. Yes. Так, Вячеслав Иванович, презентацию видно или нет, да?
Yes, yes, I see you.
Ага, yes. Я так развернуть не могу что-то я так.
Yes, maybe you scroll it.
Ага, yes, sorry. Sorry. For almost 15 years, we have been conducting joint research to identify the impact of global climate change on local communities in Yakutia with our Japanese colleagues. In collaboration with scientists from Tohoku University and Hokkaido University, we conducted numerous field studies in the settlements of the indigenous peoples of Central and Northern Yakutia. In the course of these studies, we have come to realize that one of the results of the development of mechanisms for the adaptations of indigenous peoples to climate challenges should be environmental education. We have implemented these ideas in the project construction of teaching materials of environment education related to local history in Siberia, synthesizing cultural memories with scientific knowledge in this slide, and partly in hydrology, permafrost, and resilience in Eastern Russian Arctic and subarctic from 2020-2022. Due to recent trends in global warming, permafrost in high latitude areas has rapidly thawed, resulting in the occurrence of several types of environmental change, such as land degradation and the activation of thermokarst. Climate factors mainly drive environmental changes. However, social factors also contribute to the changes. Consideration of adaptation strategies for environmental change, which vary based on natural and social conditions, is a significant issue for society worldwide. To achieve sustainable development, it is important to create new knowledge and adaptation strategies by combining scientific knowledge and local knowledge. Subsequently, one of the key issues is clarifying the local people's knowledge and perceptions of environmental changes. The research are required to share the information with the local people and officers as stakeholders. Our study focused on subarctic permafrost and its interaction with climate, environment, and people. We examined the differences of local perceptions of the Sakha people in a local Siberian community and between communities in the Churapcha, Gorny, Khangalas, Namsky, Usaldansky district of Yakutia, Eastern Siberia. Where one area developed thick permafrost and the other was relatively unaffected. Field research was conducted using structured questionnaire surveys and semi-structured interview. The results revealed that the Sakha people have rich local knowledge and culturally unique perceptions on environmental change. Historically, they adapted to the local environment to develop livelihoods, mainly agriculture and livestock farming. They also influenced change in the local environment, such as opening crop fields for deforestation and digging artificial ponds to store water for use during summer droughts. However, they have recognized recent environmental change. For example, regarding precipitation, some people feel the amount is increasing while others do not. The tendencies in the local perceptions between communities showed differences in some aspects, especially who's related to permafrost sowing. Local knowledge and perceptions were typically based on the community members' experiences and information and education acquired, which did not always correspond with scientific knowledge. However, the important point is having an awareness of the gap between local and scientific knowledge and sharing information among stakeholders for knowledge so creation to enhance the resilience of acceleration climate changes and land degradation. As a result of the project, teaching materials for environmental education, permafrost and culture, global warming, in the Republic of Sakha-Yakutia was prepared in this slide. The primary purpose of the teaching materials is to provide the people in Eastern Siberia of Russia the framework for understanding of the recent local socio-ecological phenomena associated to the global context. It also informs how the origin and history of local cultural tradition has formed as a product of interaction of active environment with human history. Importantly, the teaching materials states the local culture as an irreplaceable value in terms of cultural diversity, which should be a key for the sustainable future contribution, the formation of local and cultural identities. Another future is the comparative perspective that focused in Greenland and Japan. The former is the site of degradation of glacier of surface ice as an opposite of underground ice. The latter is the example of warmer non-Arctic regions affected by climate change. The key idea of these teaching materials is that the deep understanding of the local socio-ecological interaction leads the expanded global vision both in history and in future. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Sardana. And now we go to another, our reporter, Victoria Filipova with Lilia Vinokurova, make a report, Changing Watery World, Traditional Knowledge and Adaptive Practices of Indigenous Peoples in Yakutia.
changing whether additional knowledge and practices indigenous peoples in the culture. Cities are the basis of human level language development when the resources also play an exceptional role in the historically established system of economy and culture of the population, whose settlement tools plays large roles. You can see methods and sources which we use in our studies. Our research on the livelihood history of the indigenous peoples of Yakutia reveals the deep link between these elements. In this report, we will consider the role of one in livelihood, largest Aboriginal ethnic group of the Yakuts. The Yakuts live in the central Yakutia basin on the Vilui and Algarve and Lena in Peru. Northern Yakuts live in the basin of the Yana River as well as in the middle of Algarve and in the Gila. Landscape of these rivers are both resident and estuaries for cattle. For the last 25 years, the largest plants in Russia have been in and the plants distributed one of the base of protecting this idea to move this village into the non-farming terrains. Thus, on the example of these villages can be traced in addition to consequences of distributed farming. We consider three ways to adapt. First way is the relocation to another place. This solution requires a lot of cost. Port and new change. This case, people in their homes, ancestors' lands, and places. The second way that to increase the plants power, for example, in the first village, where residents began abstracting a new type of houses occupied. In this case, people stay on their native land. This third way is natural revelation. To know father territories near 3-5 meters from settlement. This way is most common in Yakutia. The culture of Sahara cattle breeders is characterized by a rather high activity, the use and development of the resources. Headmaking is the main activity of cattle breeders. For increasing the productivity of wetland and pastures, additional land reclamation was used. In the economic model, the Yakut and breeders make this kind of planning very effective. On this slide, you see the scheme of the system in Southern district. We will explain in some 2021 and so places of the distant lakes and in the beginning of these centuries. On the other hand, water is also an aspect of the traditional activities due to the flooding of Gretchen in rainy years. Harvest in our place becomes a problem. Resident like that even to comparable years for epic is the help of special devices based on the use of traditional knowledge. Our the results shows that it is impossible to do anything to help in protection. Agricultural lands supplement is best, but we found that cite some cases of traditional knowledge. Maybe the traditional ethnic ways in where the condition is the combination the use of modern materials in traditional everyday practice is also traced. The presence and preservation of traditional devices for care and preserving are now very traditional among the trends is great interest. Is whether the resources, traditional knowledge, and traditional practices are sufficient to successfully as a changing context. Thank you very much. I will send your question by the
Mhm. Thank you, Victoria. This is I say that this is a common report of Victoria Filipova and Lilia Vinokurova. And now I give the floor to Lilia Vinokurova. She make a report with the topic Winter Everyday Practices of Indigenous Communities in Yakutia, 20th, 21st centuries. Please.
His relationship with cold is a relative individual low temperatures. Since it is not relative to know then we interact to 8 months, determine all the life activities of indigenous peoples. Keeping traditional economic activities. Here we can see the response of violence as the largest space we can in this society. Some leaders supporting the traditions among everyday practices of the youngs. I mean, unchanged procedure the preservation of this tradition or is a social space of resilient. This can be explained with a shortage of one slide you can see how access Please note that sickness affects you and it's great. It's important to note that the process and the price of brands in the next service, instead of traditional country, transportation is no longer available in the portfolio transport, like by car, but the sickness and condition of the unemployed in the labor or is also a difference to the children from people in indigenous communities is a combination of tradition and innovations. One can find that about different cases, but you to live in time, your name will be one in the direction of cities and innovations. These are the everyday practices of daily or daily and philosophical courses. The issues. And the introductions,
Он не видит.
Results of its impact on daily life practices can be summarized as follows. The code is a complex of creativity continuous shape into daily life in indigenous communities. So we can see despite global change and arts remains an impact in the
Mhm. Thank you. Thank you for our presenter. And please, I want to give the floor to next reporter is Alexander Suleimanov and Svetoslav Fedorov, which make a report in partnership with COLT, Synthesis of Traditional and Scientific Knowledge on the Management of Cryogenic Processes in Modern Livelihoods Practices.
Очень плохой.
Мгм.
Очень много помех. Совсем не слышно.
Extensive preparatory work, including measures iron. Depending on the situation, either maximizing the freezing of the water body by clearing the surface ice of snow and breaking hole to cool it, or at creating a place where ice formation would be slower. The latter was accomplished by using harvested conifers to help out snow. Due to the formation of a denser and deeper snow cover serving as a heat insulator, the freezing of the water body underneath it proceeded at a slower rate, and it was here that fish concentrated. The Soviet modernization of rural culture introduced significant changes in the practice of targeted cryogenic management. The labor-intensive practices described above practically went out of use during the Soviet period of Yakutia history. At the same time, a number of ones appeared. For example, large firms that appeared in the Soviet period in rural areas began to build dams quite actively. In some cases, local residents achieved freezing of the riverbed by daily ice sheeting during the coldest winter days. In other cases, the dam was created by changing the ice on the river using the effects of ice water inflow on the already formed ice cap. This effect was achieved by using tarpaulins stretched on some kind of frame. Cryogenic process management took a very important place in the organization of supply in rural settlements of Yakutia, which significantly enlarged during the Soviet period. The practice of freezing out, which hasn't lost its relevance, is indicative in this respect. After the end of the summer navigation and the formation of ice cover of sufficient thickness, the freezers start sewing the ships pull out of the ice. With the help of these ice corridors, the repair team can reach the part of the pool that requires inspection. At the same time, the first 20-40 centimeters of ice is initially removed to force ice formation under the vessel. Further works are carried out only after water freezing for another half a meter. If frost begins to subside and the work needs to be continued, fans are installed above the mines to force cold air under the pool and intensify the freezing process. Cryogenic process management also plays a significant role in the creation of winter roads. Roads built on the ice of water bodies and frozen soil. In particular, a typical increase of ice thickness by means of water dispersion by motor pumps is practiced. This technique was developed by Soviet scientists. Interesting examples of synthesis of scientific and traditional knowledge are related to the adaptation of Yakutia's villages to the consequence of climate change and permafrost degradation. In the village of the region, we studied scientific development that also dates back to the Soviet period, the construction of dwelling houses on pile foundation. It's been actively implemented. As a result, the soils under the houses are better cooled, which prevents permafrost degradation. It's not noteworthy that such change in the technology of individual residential construction in rural areas occur without the intervention of the scientific community. Local residents independently adopt the experience they have seen in the cities and towns of Yakutia. Another such example is the only case of an independent construction of a scientific development of the 1930s under one's house. A seasonal cooling device, it's a metal closed pipes filled with kerosene or solar oil and immersed in the ground. In winter, the upper part of the pipe cools down, the cold kerosene sinks down and lowers the temperature of the ground. So rural communities of Yakutia preserve traditional or purposeful management of cryogenic processes, relying now, among all the things, on independent implementation of the results of scientific development. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. And now, finally, I present to you my presentation about community-based monitoring as a tool for adaptation of indigenous peoples to climate change on the example of Olenyok and Zhigansk districts of Yakutia. This community-based monitoring was organized in 2 districts for 5 years in 2017-2022. And the goal of community-based monitoring is the effective use of indigenous knowledge to improve the management of traditional natural resource management by indigenous peoples and local communities themselves. And this community-based monitoring is a very long-term program. It allows local communities to document the process of changing those resources that traditionally support their livelihoods. And our knowledge is practically ignored by those who today make decisions in the field of natural resource management. And two districts from Yakutia, Zhigansk and Olenyok, are involved in the project. And the traditional activities of the peoples who live in these districts are reindeer herding, hunting, and fishing. And need to say that these two districts and the communities which live in these districts are under the threat of industrial development, diamond and rare metal mining. And on the first stage of this project, communities, the they hasn't any interest to our project because they not trust the aims of documenting this knowledge, and they don't understand what this means, new forms to collect data to researchers, and they think that this is one of the tool of bureaucracy and the traditional livelihood, and they say about formality and they need to write many papers and some of them afraid to give information about hunting and fishing results because they afraid to press by the local some responsibilities for hunting and fishing. But the main aim of the project was to strengthen capacity of indigenous people and local communities. And when I make meets with them, I after every time say that our aim is to protect their lands and rights, to raise competency, to ability, possibility in co-management in the decision-making processes on their territories. And this formulation of the purpose changed the community attitudes towards participation in the project. And maybe another reason that we start support this project because the leaders of these projects are represent indigenous people's movement in Yakutia. In this condition, we must know what's happened with our nature, ecology, and natural resources due to industrial development. We say every time to them because, for example, now their condition is very good, the ecology is good, but we don't know what can happen tomorrow, or what can change in ecology conditions, and that is why we need to document what's and what's the results of the traditional harvest, and for example now, and to see what's happened tomorrow. And now the main results of the Zhigansk district. When we start before 2017, in the 2016, traditional fishery issues, we have the same positions. They haven't territory for traditional fishery. They have no fishing grounds, no quota for selling fish. They didn't know how to negotiate with authorities who are responsible for the fishing issues on the Republican stage, and didn't know how to protect their rights, and didn't know how to submit proposal to these authorities. And after the 4 years of this project, we see and receive some results. In 2017, the organized indigenous fishing company Община Kutu, local community Kutu, more than 230 local fishermen and the members of their families start be a members of this Община. And now this community Kutu is the biggest community, local indigenous community in Yakutia. This community, Община Kutu, receive fishing grounds and quota for selling fish. and they receive and organize and receive territory for traditional fishery. And the leader of this община community, Atlasova Lydia, start be a member of the Republican Regional Council for Fishery Issues and receive how to say, and can give her proposal to the local and Republican authorities. What's happened with Olenok district, the case of Olenok? They don't know how to find tools to protect indigenous lands and how to negotiate with industrial companies and how to use status of territories of traditional nature use in their ways. We have a status of traditional nature use lands, territories in Yakutia, and many of our traditional communities have this status, but they don't know how to use this status. And to the end of this project, they establish the Directorate of the Traditional Territory of Traditional Nature Use in Olenyok district. And now this is one of the establishment. Another, in 2022, they create a rules of conduct at the territory of traditional nature use, and they spread these rules to Almazanabara, to Alrosa, to Vostok Engineers, to all the industrial companies who works on their territories, and they create roadmap for relationships with industrial companies at the territory of traditional nature use. They start organize the forum on the territories of traditional nature use. And last years, maybe Vladimir knows, we have two forums in 2013 and 2024, where we discuss the issues, how may this status must be more positive to indigenous people. And we see that the project of community-based monitoring start be a tool to adapt to modern challenges, climate change and industrialization. It's a tool to indigenous peoples and local communities. That's all. And I think that now we want to spread this project community-based monitoring to another territories, because we see that it's start be a very helpful tool to our communities. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. Okay. And this is, we finished our seminar. Maybe you have some questions? Just a moment.
All right. Thank you for a really insightful seminar workshop. I'm wondering, so I know Dr. Vasilev, you mentioned that like you all were working with BRICS countries and like other indigenous communities around the world. So I'm wondering like what so you practice kind of working with these indigenous communities to kind of rope them in or give them the tools that they need to practice, you know. Anyways, I'm wondering what do you think is unique about the Arctic, like the indigenous people in the Arctic and like the synthesis of scientific knowledge with traditional knowledge? And then like what is more broadly applicable across the whole world?
First of all, you must understand because in Yakutia we have a very unique situation. Most of the scientific researchers in our academic institutes are the representative of the indigenous peoples. Most of them, maybe 80% of them are the representative. For example, in the Institute for Humanitarian Research and Indigenous Studies of North, uh, you can see the Yakut, Ivenki, Yukagir researchers who are take part in these researches. This is the first, if you say. The second, all of however they are representative of indigenous peoples, but all of them has the knowledge of traditional knowledge whole. And when they start work and have the field work, you see that they work with the traditional knowledge holders. And all the steps which they make in their researches, they makes and gives the permission from the traditional and local communities, from the traditional holders and the local communities. And all the results are, как сказать, согласовываться, takes agree from these local communities. And that is why we can say that all the researches which we make in our institute or another Yakut institute, all of them are very close connect with the local communities and connect with the local communities. And that is why we can say that our research are combine these two ways, academy ways and traditional knowledge. For example, I'm a researcher in our institute, but at the same time, I am a chief of Yukagir people. And another example, Vladimir Vasilyev, for example, earlier he works in the Institute on Biology, and he's a Yakut people.
They're native.
Yes. Mhm. Okay. Uh, mhm. Thank you. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your patience. Thank you to all our participants and our reporters, and we say you goodbye. Мгм. Так, можно... Мгм.
YCC in Cameroon.
All right, thank you very much.
Hi everyone, my name is Ifwa Nyamechapia. I work with the YCC Ghana. I coordinate the YCC Ghana, and the YCC Ghana, luckily, is the first YCC that was set up. And per the experiences, we've used that to replicate a number of YCCs around the world. I'm very happy to be here and share experiences with people. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Abdulhamid Chair Hamid. I serve as the chairperson of the YCC in Nigeria. We have done quite a lot of activities under this platform where we engage young people, involving them in the decision making and other stuff on the climate and related issues. Thank you.
Hello. Hello, everyone. My name is Mateus. I'm from Brazil. I'm studying climate futures at the University of Leeds, and I am the coordinator of research of Youth Climate Council in Brazil. And we were working with 60 organizations, youth organizations, and we are working towards the COP30. So we are really welcoming to welcome all you guys. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think we can just dive straight into the conversation. So what we basically will be doing, as far as this section is concerned, to talk about some of the youth climate engagement that has been happening around the world. We are using the Arctic as a case study. We have a youth climate council in Denmark, which in this case falls within the Arctic, and how the engagement has been. But what has been happening in Denmark has transcended to other countries, and we are here to share how some of these engagements has been. So in no particular order, I'm going to start with you, Jeffrey. Would you mind sharing some of your experiences as far as youth engagement in climate change is concerned generally?
Yes, Ernest, thank you for your question. I grew up as a young person, and by divine design, I grew up in a grassroots community where young people are not engaged in mainstream development initiatives. So I didn't, despite the fact that I was a very active young person, I didn't have the opportunity to be included in discussions that affect my life and also affect the life of people in my community. So growing up, I've always felt that if we can create inclusive spaces, if we can create empower young people and give them the opportunity to actually be able to contribute to not just to the climate goal, but also to the sustainable development goal as a whole. So with YCC Cameroon, I saw an opportunity to create I saw an opportunity to create safe spaces for young people to engage in climate discussion. So so far in Cameroon, we have the Cameroon National Youth Council that is a political body for to promote youth engagement in global policy issues in Cameroon. But then I felt that this body was created because of the goodwill of the government, but then still most youths are not having the spaces to share their views, especially with considering climate change. And I feel that or not that I feel, I really observe that the youths are being the most impacted by the impact of climate change, and including their voices is very critical. So we engage young people in taking climate action as a grassroots. And now with the Youth Climate Council, we want to scale this engagement to the national level to see that they participate in global discussions and also amplify their voices and share the experiences that they're having in their various communities so they can inspire actions across the country. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Jeffrey. So over to you for our same question. What has been your experience with youth climate engagement in where you're coming from? And maybe you could talk about some few examples of best practices from both the older generation and the younger generation, because your involvement, decision making mostly is done by the older generation. And you as a young person finding yourself in that mess, how has that experience been for you? If you look at the journey so far, share some of the experiences for you as a youth climate decision maker or youth activist within Africa. Yeah.
So like the story is quite complex when it comes to Africa, coming from a region that young people have been since time immemorial thought of to be silent people, not to talk, not to ask questions, just to be at the background and observe things. You're not supposed to ask anything, you're not supposed to contribute. So coming from that background has been very challenging. But over the past 3 years, the status quo has been changing. People have been pushing the us to change all these things. And with YCC Ghana, where I'm particularly very interested in, the main mission of the YCC is because of this polarization and the fact that young people don't know how to even make their voices be heard. Because we've been shouting that we need our voices to be heard, we want our voices to be heard, we want to make input into the decisions that obviously is going to affect our future. But then how to do that was a very big problem. So then the YCC initiative came up as a way to guide young people into decision making meaningfully, because you could contribute to something, you could say something about a policy or anything, but how meaningful that contribution is in driving that discussion is very important. So we saw that in Ghana, that was the main thing we're looking at. And one thing also is that because for time in memorial, we've been brought to the background not to talk. People have been wanting to stand up. People want to gain that autonomy over things. So we got a lot of young people sprouting out this idea of leading this initiative, does that. But then now the government is confused. Who do we involve? Who do we engage? And it becomes very difficult because if you engage this group says you are not engaged them. Then we need a unified voice. We need someone that brings all these people together. And the YCC was that idea that brings all these fragmented youth voices together to serve as a platform where when the government wants consultation with the young people, he knows that when it comes to the YCC and engage the YCC, the ideas are coming from the youth front over the country, not just one group, not just one individual. So that's how the experience has been like. And now working with policymakers and over the days, over the time, finding us as interesting people, people with ideas, people with innovations that they need to tap into has been very meaningful for me because now I see the narrative changing a bit. I see the conversation changing a bit that they can come to you. A policymaker can call me and ask me if I want to do this and that. Can you help us with it? I think as time goes on and we've been pushing the odds, the narratives are changing and things will change the more we push the odds further. Yeah, thank
Thank
you.
you very much, Efon. Yes, Abdul Hamid.
Okay, thank you very much once again, and also thank you for the given opportunity to discuss about our work in Nigeria. And actually, the journey is one of the amazing journey in the country. We know that there is quite a lot of youth involvement or engagement or initiative in the country, but the YCC Nigeria now is something different than the other youth involvement. Because when after we have the consultation, the first consultation and the second consultation, that is the launching of the program, a lot of stakeholders approaching us because they want to collaborate with us to have a single voice for young people in a collective platform. That is YCC in Nigeria. And again, you see, most of the people from vulnerable communities, they are liking to have their own voices. But the YCC had given them an opportunity for having their own voices, bringing them in one platform that can also encourage in them to do the right thing for their own environment. Because most of our states or our countries, we know that is vulnerable in terms of climate change and some measures that we need to take. So we used to involve these young people from the grassroots level, where we invited them, some of us that we know that in Nigeria we have the good number of a large number of young people, and also we have the diverse from the region. We have almost 6 regions in the country, including which including or which accommodate the third state in Nigeria. So we used to bring each and every one of the young people that, for more especially the actors, because we know that there are some actors in the street that they will add value to the climate change council, because already in the country we have the National Climate Change Council, and almost it's one of the pioneer or the first climate change council that we have in most of in African country. So apart from that, so the Youth Climate Council now in Nigeria is the platform for young people where even the stakeholders they are struggling how we can collaborate with them. And in this regard, also we have a quite long proposal or the engagement that we are going to start in before the quarterly of next year with the with the UNICEF, because you know that the UNICEF they are the one who dealing with the children and youth under the UN entities. So they approaching us. They even attending our launching of the program. They want they want to be engaging and involving young people.
and get inspired by other youth climate councils. For example, the one in Denmark, that they are working in small like cities and having like influence in local level. So that's what we are doing. We want also to be inspired by Ghana with the influence from Gaio and from also from UNICEF, and then maybe we could work also with other kind of organizations. At the moment, we are around 60, 65 organizations working with us, and we want to make it bigger. Also because next year is COP30, and we want to work towards that. We have our representative from the state of the COP of Pará. She's gonna be speaking um, like half of my time. So she might bring some perspectives on the way that she lives there and what she expects from our ICC Brazil to work during the COP30. But what I want to say now is just the struggles. Like it's really hard for us now to be established as a council or something like that because we don't have much political support, and that's I don't know, maybe it's the same thing as you guys was saying, but we believe that one day we are going to be established for that. One day we're going to get that. So what I want to say now is just Talia to be here, to
right.
be speaking about half of my time,
All right.
and we can share more perspectives of the COP30.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much, Matthew. So maybe briefly, Talia. Thank you. So maybe briefly, Talia, yes. You will just share your thoughts briefly. I want to find out how has youth engagement in climate change been for you in Brazil? How is it? Share your experience with us very briefly.
Okay, in Brazil, have a problem with the engagement of youth because youth is not necessary in the decision-making space because we have a problem with including youth in this space.
Yeah.
And with youth climate conscious, we have a problem with the policy makers. And we believe that because the decisions don't look for youth, and in Brazil, we have more than 47 million young peoples in Brazil, and they are Black peoples, and they are indigenous, and they are LGBTQIA+ peoples, and these peoples is more affected by the climate issues. And when you talk about the problem, I believe that stakeholders don't look for youth with they look eyes with the youth have a strength and efforts for stop the climate issues. And for COP30, we have a problem because my state is very dangerous for the human rights defenders and the Amazon defenders. And when you look for youth and Pará, my state, we have a problem with this because we don't are in decision-making space. We don't are look for the publics in Brazil. And I believe the president Lula and others stakeholders in Brazil need to look for the peoples and the youth are I sorry and the youth are building the future in my country, and we are in a big country in Brazil. And when you talk about the COP30, I believe we need more efforts for including decisions in policy publics for the climate change and the environmental with the look for youth. And politics with look for youth, and we problem do you have for accessibilizing? I don't believe is the word, but
Yeah.
I think, and we need more efforts for this.
Okay.
And Brazil killing so many activists, environmentals, and human rights. And when you look for COP30, I believe you have a problem. And for the climate conscious, we believe we need more conversations with the president, with the government, for looking for this, because the youth climate conscious is a solution in Brazil for the problem for youth in the decision-making space. I believe it's this.
Yeah, thank you very much, Talia. That's amazing. I think we've already gotten to know what the problems are, how youth engagement is within the various countries, and it's obvious that one thing spans through. Most of the youth are not regarded. You could find a lot of disparities between what the youth does in the various countries, and most of them are not really supported because they are youth and they are not highly represented in decision making. So other segments, what we want to do is to still, because we are the Arctic Pavilion, we are using Denmark as a case study. Denmark has a youth climate council and has successfully implemented and bridged the gap between policymakers and young people. So as far as decision making is concerned, young people is in the space. So I want you guys to also share with us from your respective countries, how has your youth climate councils been? Briefly, tell us how your operations are. Then we will come back to talk about how you ended up setting a youth climate council in your country. So first, let's come back to Sunday and share with us briefly, what has the youth climate council done? What have you done in your country as to solving the problems that you did talk about?
Yes, sir. And thank you.
You're allowed.
Thank you. So for YCC Cameroon, as I said, we are the youngest and we only established in October. It would be very unfair for me to say a lot of stuff that we've done because we haven't really done anything yet, apart from doing consultations with youth groups and ensuring that we include youth voices in the establishment of YCC Cameroon. But then
share with us, if you have not started, you could share with us
yes,
how the vision looks like.
that's what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
And I feel that it is the youth climate council shouldn't only be for youth. It will be important to do a intergenerational conversation.
Absolutely.
Because when you do intergenerational, when you enhance intergenerational conversation, you get perspective from the older generation, and they won't feel like you are fighting them. So we're looking at that possibility and also actively engaging with the Cameroon National Youth Council, which is the government youth-led body. So I feel that sometimes there's a lot of suspicion on civil society activities, probably because there's a communication gap between the youth institutions and the political institutions. So we're trying to see that we close this gap and work together mutually, because the end goal is to solutions to the climate solutions.
Absolutely. Thank you
Yes.
very much, Sunday. Ifwa.
Okay, so it looks like Ghana has a
Yes.
lot to say because we are the first Youth Climate Council to be established, and we've been in existence for 3 years now. And one main thing that we started with when the YCC was established is state engagement, because the main motive of the YCC is for policy inclusion and driving policies. So we worked hard to get ourselves established in the minds of the ministries. So when it comes to Ghana, the EPA, that's Environmental Protection Agency, the Ministry of Energy, the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, the Ministry of Environment and Technology, all those ministries that are very much related to the environment and to climate change, we have established our presence with them. And there will not be anything there will not be any policy that will be framed, that will be done without a YCC representative in there. But what we do well also is that they cannot bring, especially in the policy formulation processes, they cannot bring every young person to the room. That's why the YCC is there to represent young people in the room. So they will bring someone from the council. Maybe if I'm there, I could go in there. But what is right for us to do is to bring that policy back to the people, for them also to know what the policy entails, what was said in the discussions, and also get their input to get back to policymakers. So that's what the YCC has been doing. For instance, when it comes to our carbon markets framework, that Ghana has a document, a policy to govern our carbon markets in Ghana. When this thing was framed, it was very new to all of us. Although the YCC was consulted, we had very no knowledge about it. It was too technical for us. But the first thing we had to do is to consult the main policymakers. So we did an open consultation with the policymakers to actually know what this whole document is about. So that's the first step. When we got to know it, now we open it up for young people to make input into this policy. What do they think went wrong in that policy? What consideration do they think that was not considered in the policy formulation? So we gather all those things, and in a policy brief, we get it back to the policymakers to do something with it, to effect the policy or revise it. But also, because it's so technical, young people are lacking how they could make good use of that opportunity. So again, we go a step further to build capacity around it, to let people know that this is a very good initiative, a good policy that is good for young people. We can create a lot of solutions around it and get tangible income around it. So we do that aspect of thing. So that's part of the policy making process. Then we go further in capacity building. And that's one thing that the older generation or people in position think young people are lacking. When you start talking, they think, you don't have the ideas, you don't have the technicalities to be here. So we start things around it. Driving the youth negotiators training, that is now an African youth negotiators training, was started with the YCC Ghana. That we do this to train young people in negotiations. Because as we are here, the main things are done in the negotiation rooms. And if young people don't understand it and are not able to relate with it, then why are we here? How do we make our voices heard in decision making? So that was what the youth negotiators training has done. And every year, we've trained over 300 youth negotiators in Ghana and across Africa this year, because this year we did it over the continent. And we don't just end there, we sponsor, we support. So for movement building, we think that like open collaboration and supporting projects is very key. Else people would think that you are polarizing, you are just autonomizing the space and you are just using it for your own gain. So you have to spread it across for everybody to also benefit. So with the youth negotiators that we train, we bring last year we brought like 7 people because UNICEF supported us very well. We brought 7 youth negotiators here to follow the the country negotiators. So they have on-ground mentors that were mentoring them and teaching them how the space works. And then they go back to go and do a policy brief and tell people in Ghana, the young people in Ghana, this is what was done, there's our inputs, and there's the outcomes of it. This year, we're able to train over 20 in-person people and over 20 online participants. So 40 people were trained in youth negotiations, and we brought 4 people to COP. They are here right now, and they are following the policy discussions and negotiations, and they will report back. So those are a few of the things we've done and supporting the grassroots movement. Thank you.
Thank you for, I mean, this is so overwhelming. Hearing this, it gives me so much hope that the youth, when given the opportunity to be empowered, can do a lot. Thank you. Abdul Hamid, just share with us briefly, how has your engagement, how has the YCC in Nigeria been operating? What has been going on with you? Briefly.
Okay, thank you very much once again. Yes, as the YCC in Nigeria, it is just launched. We launched it in the last couple of weeks, months. But we want to change the story actually through the strategic plans that we have currently. As I mentioned, that we have a 3 genetic project that we are going to change the story, because as I said, there is a lot of initiative. Yes, exactly is there, and also government are doing its own effort. But that's why we are very open for collaboration, and this collaboration will bring more solutions in terms of implementation of the projects. Because in one of the projects that we focus is on large campaigning on the tree planting, where we used to source these seedlings from the relevant stakeholders. Because in Nigeria, actually, we have a lot of relevant stakeholders, but the issue is that sometimes we are not collaborated. Each and every organization or each and every agency, they are working individually. And these agencies, most of them, they are raising seedlings. And after they raise the seedlings, they just use to live. You know that sometimes the government how to operate. They just use to live it. But what we are intending to do, to bring these seedlings alive, where we can engage our platform, or we can engage our young people with the support of the UNICEF in Nigeria. Because the UNICEF, it has one initiative or one program that is unlimited generation. They are trying to bring 1.8 million young people across the globe into to empowering them as well. So these are the strategies that we took in Nigeria. And again, we took one for the waste recycling plant. So waste recycling, from collecting waste, because we had a research on how many tons of waste that we are expecting to produce. And the UNICEF also, under its on the program, the unlimited generation, they are going to incentivize those that they bring us this waste. And this waste, we are going to also use it, engaging more young people so that they can have, economy, they can have some, we can empowering them that this thing also can support the YCC in Nigeria. And in terms of the policy or decision-making process, so far, actually, now we have been doing quite of work where we trying to bring all the relevant, like the House of Assembly, because we have a lot of House of Assembly. So, most of these House of Assembly, they are the one who have the policies or bringing the policies to the state government. So we are trying to bring them. Already we have been started so far, where we bring some few of them. We already will start bring a few of them, so that each and every state has its own the policies, climate change policy, with the support of the YCC in Nigeria. So these are the quite some projects that we approach, and that we are trying to implement it as soon as possible, because we wanted to show an actions. It's not just about saying this. No, we came with the proper action that we take, so that it can bring solution, and also we can mitigate the effect of climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hamidu. Talia, let's hear from you. How the
Okay.
YCC has been doing in Brazil?
In Brazil, I believe you have a gap in government and the environmental minister, and government is a big problem with youth because it's like I'm saying, we have the 7 million young peoples in Brazil. I believe for stabilizing youth climate conscience in Brazil, we need more conversations with the Minister of Environmental and Climate Change, is Minister Marina Silva, and we have more conversations with the national youth organizations in Brazil, and now we are a coalition for youth environmental for climate change, and we are building more efforts for have a conversations with a government for implementation the youth climate conscience in Brazil, because in the national level is better for us because we can influence the decisions making in the Minister of the Climate Change and Environmental. Now Brazil is building the NDC, national contribution, and we believe that youth need the more spaces in Brazil because the climate council in Brazil of the youth is like a consultation and ICC, and we need the more councils because we need a council for the climate change, for the propositions of youth.
Yeah.
And we are building these visions for the government in Brazil. And I believe it's like we are a big country. We are the global South peoples, and we have Black peoples in Brazil. It's like a large more population in Brazil, and the youth, it's like a big and persons in this country. And we are building this for the national coalition and conversations with stakeholders, with president. In the last year, we recommendation for Lula and this council for Brazil. It's like now we are building the strategy for implementation these councils in local level because the local level is important for us. And I believe in 5 years or something, we are the national youth climate council in Brazil because we believe this is necessary for influence the policies for climate change and environmental.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, sure.
So sorry, just to conclude, like if you can see from us here, we are from the South countries. You have like the Danish, the Polish, and the one from the Netherlands, youth climate councils. They are pretty well, but they are from the North countries, so they are from Europe. They got the support from the government, and we are from the South countries. Also, that is Costa Rica, I think, and we are having problems with the government from our own country. So that's the most challenging thing that we can face as a youth climate council.
Absolutely.
And yeah, I was just want to say that.
Thank
So
you, Matthew. That's very loud. Okay, so I think we've done a majority of the time, and I'm very happy about the perspective you guys have shared. I love what Ghana shared. I love what Brazil shared because you guys have already been on ground doing amazing. Cameroon, on the other hand, is starting, but you have a very clear vision of intergenerational approach. And Nigeria is also doing amazing and also have a very clear vision. Now, if anybody is interested in setting up a YCC, how do they go about it? I want you to share your country specific processes. What happened in your country? Just brief. What was the processes you went through to establish a Youth Climate Council in your respective countries, very briefly, and then we end the session and go for questions. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. First, I met with Global Alliance team.
Yeah.
Expressed interest to establish YCC in Cameroon. I got the approval, and the basic outline was to do a national consultation. So I talked to the relevant stakeholders, the private and within the private and the public spaces to ensure that the Youth Climate Council Cameroon be an inclusive institution. Yeah, so we did that, and we developed a concept to be sure that we know exactly what we want, to define our objectives and a vision for what we want. And this is the document we use in engaging with the stakeholders. Then we organized a virtual consultation because we felt that it was important to still get to those young persons who don't have the opportunity to, whom we were not opportunity to reach out directly. So we organized a virtual consultation with young people participating across the country. And yeah, from the virtual consultation, we organized a virtual launch, and we are now looking forward to having a physical launch. So it's pretty easy. So you start with expressing interest, but then you must be very intentional about what you want to do. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Sandy. This helps. If just briefly.
Okay. Okay, so the YCC Ghana, unlike the other places, is the mother of the YCCs, where the initiation started from. So it started with ideation. So the concept of the YCC, how we've shared it, the ideation process, and now consulting people. So with the YCC Ghana, a lot of people were consulted, state agencies, municipal assemblies, a lot of people in the space, CSOs. A series of consultations were done with all these people. An advisory board was set up to advise on how this council should be like, because it was not just the idea of Gaio or anybody, but then it looks like the government was also seeing that there's too much fragmentation in the youth front. So this consultation span over a large number of people. Then the council was drafted, like a concept for the of the council, like the strategic concept was drafted. People fed in, went through a series of back and forth. And now once the ideation was set and we knew what to do, we hosted the first alcohol in Ghana. So at the first alcohol in Ghana, with everybody and all the young people across Ghana, we launched the Youth Climate Council. And then after that, a concept was drawn for replication. And that's where all of us came in from. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ifa.
Okay, thank you. So for Nigeria, we start by expressing our interest, where we wanted to establish the YCC in the country. And after them, we have done a lot of engagement for stakeholders.
Okay.
Because it has to do with the stakeholders. And as I also mentioned that already we have the existing National Climate Change Council. So we had this consultation with the other relevant stakeholders in the country, where we told them, okay, this is our focus and this is what we are intending to do. We used to share all this information with them, and even the United Nations in Nigeria, because they are at the forefront of our supporters in the country. So these are the things that the process that we follow. So it gives us a great venue or a great avenue for having more collaborators. Because if you have the major, like the government, if they are involved, and also the UN entities in the country, if they are still involving, you'll be having more avenue, because you know that the youth movement in the country, yes, it's quite of some challenges from development. Some they are from developmental space to politics. So it has to do with you need to get a lot of backing support from the major stakeholders and the actors in the space. So for Nigeria One, we have been done this quite a lot of seeking for collaboration, bringing other relevant stakeholders, even for the former DG of the National Climate Change Council in Nigeria. He's a part of YCC now, because we used to invite, even for the former House of Parliament, he's a part of YCC in Nigeria, because he's the one also bring the bill for the Nigeria Climate Change Council, and also he's the one who bring the idea of the Nigerian climate action as well plan. So we brought all these people on board. So these are the kind of people actually that we used to bring them, so that it make our YCC to be an existing and a platform whereby recognizing across the country.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Abdul Hamid. Let's hear from Talia.
Okay, Now we are a coalition across Brazil,
Okay.
and we are looking and work for national and local political publics. And we have more 30 organizations with us, and we work for greater inclusiveness in Brazil. And your idea is to consultate and generate data of youth and and we are looking for a participation in local, national, and international policies, and because we believe that young people in Brazil need more. I don't know this word, sorry,
No worries.
but we treinamento. Training, yes. We need more training in policies because the debate is so difficult for us, and we are looking for this. Now we have a conversations with the National Secretary of our youth in Brazil, and we are looking for others organizations, and we are looking for more in the national, local, or others levels of the policies in Brazil. Is this?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Talia. Thank you guys so much for this amazing session. I know they've shared a lot of experiences with their respective countries and what they've been doing. And as the theme for this session goes, can strong youth climate engagement in the Arctic foster effective youth climate cooperation around the world? I know you know the answer, yes. Because if you look at what Denmark has done as the case study, it has transcended to the global south and even some countries in the global north, and they are really effectively engaging the policymakers in their respective countries. Thank you very much, Sunday. Thank you, Ifwa. Thank you, Abdul Hamid. Thank you, Tyler. Please a round of applause for them. And this is where we end our session. Thank you very much. My name is Ernesto Fori.
Не сутулься, она снимает на камеру. Вот. Меня видно? Конечно. Я нашла ссылку. Ой. Надо звук выключить. Меня нет. Ай, все, надо звук отключить.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, dear friends. Thank you very much for joining us for this side event in the Arctic Pavilion operated by the International Organization of the Northern Regions Northern Forum. Thank you to the Northern Forum for this opportunity to engage with indigenous peoples. And this side event is organized by the Union of Indigenous Peoples Soyuz. That is one of the interregional organizations of indigenous peoples in Russia. Our side event is devoted to climate crisis in the context of standards development for business and indigenous peoples' relationships. As we all know, indigenous peoples face consequences of the climate change among first, and this climate change impact is sometimes getting worse because of the large-scale projects, development projects in the traditional territories of indigenous peoples' residents and traditional economic activity. And this is why in Russia and elsewhere, standards for better relationships between indigenous peoples and companies are being developed. And this side event will discuss consultations and agreements that companies and indigenous peoples jointly develop to assist sustainable development of indigenous peoples, to assist mitigation and minimization of impacts of climate change and development projects on traditional territories of indigenous peoples. We can also discuss most recent corporate actions and corporate law that has been developed in Russia and other regions of the world to support the cause. In addition, I would like to share with you the study that has been done recently by indigenous organizations of Russia jointly with the Russian network of the Global Compact. And this study was also discussed at an expert seminar that was held in Moscow a few weeks ago. And this study is named Interaction between Business and Indigenous Small Number of Peoples of Russia in the context of human rights compliance and sustainable development achievement. On the table in the back of the pavilion, you can take the flyers with the QR code, and this QR code will lead you to the study that is available in Russian and in English. To start, I would like to introduce our first set of speakers here on the podium. These speakers are Natalia, who is Executive Director of the Global Compact Russia Network. And also we have Sergei Timoshkov, who is advisor to the head of the Federal Agency of Ethnic Affairs in Russia. So my first question will be to Natalia. We know that the Global Compact and its regional networks and national networks are unions of business and civil society that is created, a UN-led initiative that is created to support sustainable development and also human rights application in the business community. So my question is, why it is important to monitor the situation with company compliance with human rights, and why it is important for the business and for indigenous peoples to collaborate while we conduct these monitorings and studies like this, that the one we share.
Спасибо большое, Алексей, что пригласили на это мероприятие, которое является чрезвычайно важным в рамках повестки устойчивого развития в целом и конкретной тематики этого форума климатического. Мы очень ценим наше взаимодействие между Национальной сетью глобального договора ООН в России и представителями коренных народов. Для нас очень важно взаимодействие бизнеса с коренными народами. И вы знаете, что мы реализуем целевой проект, вы об этом также сказали, и проект в области прав человека, руководящие принципы предпринимательской деятельности в аспекте прав человека, которые также охватывают интересы для устойчивого развития коренных народов. И я хотела бы фокус особенно сделать сегодня на такой очень важной, на наш взгляд, проблеме, которую мы вчера обсуждали в день открытия странового павильона Российской Федерации на COP29. Это тема как раз о том, насколько ответственен бизнес и государство, эксперты, наука при формировании стратегического видения климатической повестки и вовлеченности в это формирование представителей коренных народов. Ведь мы, когда формируем вообще стратегию будущего, мы строим планы, делаем матрицы, рассчитываем показатели, социально-экономические в том числе. Но насколько бизнес имеет право и государство также строить такие планы, не вовлекая в построение этих планов представителей коренных народов, которые несут свою историческую ценность, свои традиции, свои особенности среды обитания, которые необходимо сохранить. И вот как раз говоря о том, что для чего вообще форум этот существует, где мы все присутствуем, мы понимаем, что это про солидарность. Вообще тема форума по инициативе принимающей стороны Азербайджана это солидарность за зеленый мир. Солидарность – это значит объединение усилий. Солидарность – это значит взаимопонимание. Вот это ключевое слово. Если мы разберем вообще, что означает солидарность, то, конечно, наверное, ключевым словом станет это действие при полном взаимопонимании. И поэтому не случайно мы теме коренных народов вчера посвятили несколько выступлений. То есть эта тема была интегрирована во все слоты вчерашних сессий, что подчеркивает большую нашу уверенность именно в необходимости такой солидарности, взаимодействия. И вот как раз в последней сессии вчерашнего дня, завершающей, это было очень важно, была тема климат и человекоцентричность. Что, собственно говоря, мы все подразумеваем, когда говорим, что вот мы делаем климатическую повестку ради будущего, ради наших детей, ради их детей, вообще для процветания будущих поколений, ну и чтобы сегодня нам тоже жилось хорошо. Мы стали в последнее время очень много говорить о человекоцентричности. А вот вопрос, что мы вообще подразумеваем под термином человекоцентричность, что это? Какие вопросы мы себе задаем, когда говорим об этом? И на какие вопросы, соответственно, мы хотим ответить? И вот как раз именно вчера в рамках темы по человекоцентричности и прозвучал вот этот вопрос, а имеем ли мы право обсуждать будущее коренных народов, не вовлекая их в это? Потому что, естественно, коренные народы являются частью сообщества всего. Это одна из заинтересованных сторон. Да, мы говорим, что это уязвимые слои населения, ну, в силу того, что необходимо сохранять и делать особые усилия для того, чтобы сохранять традиции национальные, среду обитания, чтобы уважать культурное наследие и развивать его и продолжать. И насколько можно бизнесу, вот возвращаясь к теме сегодняшнего дня, когда мы будем говорить о необходимости единых корпоративных стандартов, насколько компании на сегодняшний день уже продвинулись в решении ответа на этот вопрос и формируя свои бизнес-стратегии на долгосрочную перспективу, формируя свои стратегии в области устойчивого развития, вовлекают, и все ли вовлекают представителей коренных народов для того, чтобы их интересы как особой группы заинтересованных сторон были учтены. Для нас это большой и очень важный проект, который мы с вами инициировали совместно и с ФАДН, и мы понимаем, что только вот объединив такое триединство представителей коренных народов, представителей бизнеса и, конечно, Федеральное агентство по делам национальностей, мы можем ответить на вопрос о том, имеет ли право бизнес и государство решать судьбу коренных народов даже по повестке устойчивого развития, не вовлекая их на постоянной основе как заинтересованную сторону. И, собственно говоря, что мы совместно должны сделать для того, что это был бы подход регламентированный, что есть компании более ответственные, более продвинутые в этой тематике, есть компании, которые, к сожалению, не осознают вот всю свою ответственность. Ответственность приходит через осознание, осознание через осведомленность. Значит, еще одной важнейшей нашей задачей является повышать осведомленность компаний в их ответственности, в ответственности бизнеса перед коренными народами, если эти компании на сегодняшний день не обладают еще должной ответственностью.
Thank you very much, Natalia, for this very deep analysis of what is going on and why we need to undertake this work. I would like now to introduce our one more speaker. It's Hindu Amaru Ibrahim, who is currently the chair of the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, and Hindu has been a long-time activist, a climate activist, a biodiversity activist, and one of the leaders who has lobbied human rights of indigenous people, of course. My question will be to Hindu, because the Permanent Forum, as we know, the Permanent Forum is a leading institution in the United Nations system to coordinate among UN agencies and to lead on the work of promotion of human rights and socioeconomic development and all these other initiatives. Recently, the Permanent Forum has also started to lead on the greening economy, the human rights compliance and the greening economy and climate change and everything that is related to this topic. So my question is it enough to have only international standards that we already have, or we still need to do efforts to build more standards so we can go down to the nation states and build also regional and national standards of business compliance with human rights?
Thank you very much, Alexi, and hi, everyone. As you know, it is the summit day, and it's so busy, everyone is running. So then, sorry that I just joined you later. And of course, as the chair of the UN Permanent Forum of Indigenous Issues, firstly, I have to say the UN Permanent Forum mandate is really to protect, promote the right of indigenous peoples through the UN Declaration on the Right of Indigenous Peoples, and to help the member state and all the rest of the government to protect the right of the communities. And then when you talk about the business and climate change or green business that we are addressing, so of course, it is the word that we have to shift from all the fossil fuel to the green economy. So for us as indigenous peoples is how this transition to be just and equitable transitions. So we did some report on the climate change impact, and one of them I lead it, and I talk about the impact in the Sahel region, but of my country. But I'm going to share with you the right now and what's happening on the impact. We are facing a big flood that never happened. We have over 2 million people displaced, including indigenous peoples. And we have thousands of people dead. Hectares of land that all under the water. And of course, after the couple coming of months, it's going to be food insecurity, it's going to be all the sickness, etc. So through all that, of course, we wanted to have our own development. So how the new development can respect the life of the peoples, but also can limit all the greenhouse gases we cannot get like through this flood that we are facing right now. So we need a sustainable economy. And to do that, international level cannot alone fix the problem. We need the national level, as you said. We need national level policies that can be changed. And those policies have to be designed by indigenous peoples jointly, because we are not only beneficiaries, we are partners. We know how the sustainable economy works, and that's how it's come we are sustaining our life and livelihood. That's how it's come we are protecting our land. So we know how to build a sustainable economy that can respect the rights of the communities, but that can give also a better income actually to all the world to benefit from it. So then we need also the national governments to include indigenous peoples into the decision-making tables. So when they wanted to design a new policies on development or new policies of just the transitions on critical minerals that we are talking about, all we wanted to have in food security. So if they don't have indigenous peoples in the tables, the decision is just a half taken. So if the indigenous peoples are there included, so then we can have a better and sustainable way of designing the policies. And then at the end, we need the implementation of those policies. And this is where the critical issue comes, the direct access finance. You know that already. So the direct access finance for the community, we need that. And we need the government to put their hand in their pocket to put the money in the tables for indigenous peoples, not the talks, not the pledge, not they say like, yes, we can give 20% or we can give 30%, but no, give the real money to the indigenous peoples directly in order to create their own development. Most of the excuse that government are saying, when they give the indigenous people's money, they say it's not going to be implemented correctly. Of course, it's not going to be implemented correctly. Everyone can fail before to stand up and go. It is like a child. When you have your baby start walking and he fall down and you give him a hand and you say, it's okay, you can do it. Until your baby run around all the places and become a man. So it is the same. You give the funding and you give the trust. So people fail out and then they stand up in their feet and they implement the better one. If you do not fail, you will never implement the better one. No one is expert born. So we're learning always. And this is so important to implement the policies with a direct access finance to the communities. And for climate, it is so urgent. There is no game on that at all. No political game, no private game, not indigenous people's game. It is a global game for everyone. We need to be together in solidarity, in partnership to implement those policies and give the funding to the indigenous peoples. Thank you, Alexi.
Thank you very much, Hindu. And this is really, we are very happy to have you here, knowing all your busy schedule. One more question I cannot leave it without asking is, as you speak about money, is it ethically fine to get money from all sources possible? You mentioned the governments, but also we speak about private sector. Private sector has a lot of money. Can we take that money, or should we create certain rules? You know, how to handle this, you know, from the ethical perspective?
Okay, listen firstly. The world have money. We cannot say that there is no money. Money is there. We know that 700 trillions are going to subsidy. We know that 35 trillions just last year went to the war. We know that 7+ trillions went to the fossil fuel. And just a small went to the climate. So firstly, we need to shift all the subsidized money to give it to the nature, to restore the nature. Secondly, coming back to what you said, are we taking any money or we put ethical? Of course, we put ethic. We put ethic by firstly stopping those who are digging to get the money and then to do the greenwashing. That's what we don't want to have. No greenwashing. If people is stopping digging and shifting to the renewable energy, of course we can get their money because it's going to do good. But if it is just giving a peanut here, say like, okay, I'm giving you that, but I'm continuously digging the Mother Earth, ethically, it's not a clear money. We cannot take it. And of course, we need private sectors. We need philanthropic to stand up. There are so many private sectors out there, and they have so much money that they must invest on indigenous peoples. And there are many philanthropic. You can find one individual who have billions. another individual who have like hundreds of millions. So they must to put that also ethically in their head. This money to be shared with indigenous communities, that helping them to keep the air clean to breathe, to keep the water clean to drink, and to keep them healthy. So those individuals also should put the money to the indigenous peoples. So ethic can go in two ways. We can put ethic for nature, but we can put also ethic for the human being to ensure the justice and give access funding to everyone.
Yeah, thank you very much for this very clear and important answers. And I think it's related really to our discussion about the standard development for the relationship of business and indigenous peoples, because once we make sure that that business has the highest possible standard, corporate standard, and also the practice, not only the paper, but the practice as well. So then we can understand, okay, this money probably is ethically acceptable, isn't it? So thank you for these answers, Hindu, and please stay with us if you can. If not, we understand, of course. I see. Yeah, of course. Yeah, we understand. So we can excuse Hindu because she has so much work. Yes. Thank you. And now I would like to ask my question of Sergey, who is head of the advisor to the head of the Federal Agency of Ethnic Affairs in the Russian Federation. So we hear in COP and elsewhere that the debate is whether it is only the state responsibility to make sure the human rights of indigenous peoples are observed and implemented. And also we hear that, on the other hand, that it is also a corporate responsibility, and corporations can also voluntarily take standards that observe human rights and implement human rights. What is the debate in Russia, and what is the government's perspective, your perspective personally as an expert from the government, and also indigenous expert from the government? What is your perspective about the standard development on the national level?
Спасибо, Алексей, за вопрос. Ну, я попытаюсь в начале выступления ответить на него сразу и прямо. Конечно же, государство несет основную ответственность за развитие стандартов, которые обеспечивают защиту прав коренных народов. Но, наверное, только лишь формальное право государственное не может быть достаточно эффективным, быть достаточным. То есть, конечно же, это должны быть базовые стандарты. Наша задача повышать этот стандарт постоянно, совершенствовать законодательство, но корпоративное право, оно может не только дополнять регулирование этих отношений, делать их более эффективными, но оно может быть более гибким, оно может учитывать региональную специфику. Это особенно важно для такой большой страны, как наша, потому что есть десятки моделей традиционной хозяйственной деятельности, есть десятки моделей промышленного природопользования, и они осуществляются в границах одних территорий, поэтому очень важно нам говорить о том, что юридическое признание прав коренных народов, в том числе в аспекте влияния возможного и прямого проектов развития экономического на их не только права, но и на системы жизнедеятельности, на системы жизнеобеспечения, на возможности поддерживать во многом безальтернативные способы своего хозяйствования, самообеспечения, они, конечно, зависят от юридического признания. Если государство не признает юридически основные права, то не будет никакого прогресса дальнейшего по обеспечению реализации этих прав. Но это базовые условия. И многие регионы мира, во многих регионах действительно до сих пор еще не достигнуто вот это вот состояние, когда можно сказать, что государство признало основные права, и сегодня стоит задача их обеспечения, их эффективной реализации. Но не менее важно, и, может быть, не менее также сложно добиться эффективной реализации юридически признанных прав. Сформировать такие инструменты, которые бы обеспечивали, не оставляли декларативными вот эти права и обеспечивали учет всех и всех интересов коренных народов, и специфики, которая может быть не только страновая, но и внутри страны десятков регионов. И вот здесь корпоративное право, оно имеет исключительно важное значение, поскольку оно может реагировать на все вот эти вот модальности, и оно может быть более динамичным, больше, и оно имеет характер обязательности, когда оно реализуется компаниями в силу убежденности своей, в необходимости вот таких вот построения эффективных взаимоотношений, как мы их называем. В этом смысле оно имеет большое значение, и только в совокупности вот двух систем права, формального и корпоративного, государственного и корпоративного, можно говорить и ожидать какой-то прогресс. Вот это моя точка зрения, и сегодня не только моя точка зрения, это сегодня и те усилия, которые принимают правительственные структуры в нашей стране, чтобы запустить более эффективный переговорный процесс по этому поводу и консультации и с бизнесом, и с институтами коренных народов. Вот, потому что, чтобы дать толчок развитию корпоративного права, кроме усилий со стороны государства, кроме готовности бизнеса реализовывать, нужно еще и эффективные институты коренных народов, которые были бы способны сформулировать четкую коллективную позицию, обосновать свое видение построения этих отношений и добровольных стандартов, которые могли бы быть ориентирами для развития корпоративного права, эффективно предлагать свои собственные мониторинговые механизмы реализации этого стандарта, да, и корпоративного права, то есть отслеживать прогресс, который достигается. Поэтому успех здесь зависит от усилий, скажем, от многосторонних усилий. Это тоже непростая задача. Мы можем признать, что сегодня все основные юридические права коренных народов российским законодательством, вернее, юридическое признание основных прав оно есть. Приоритетное природопользование, доступ безвозмездный к земле. Но как обеспечить эффективно реализацию этих прав, это уже задача следующего уровня. Вот. Поэтому, я думаю, все государства мира сталкиваются с такими проблемами, по крайней мере, те, которые обеспечили широкое признание юридическое своих прав, прав коренных народов. Поэтому что мы сегодня можем делать в этом направлении? Как я уже сказал, расширять соответствующий договорной процесс, создавать новые площадки. Например, вот в последние 3 года мы развиваем форумы государственно-частного партнерства. И одним из прогрессов, достигнутый прогресс, можно в том числе считать то, что на этой площадке расширяется участие крупных бизнес-структур, правительственных структур, регионов, федеральных ведомств и институтов коренных народов. Диалог идет, соответственно, можно ожидать какого-то прогресса. Формируется общее понимание. Я сразу скажу, это будет сложный процесс, но сначала создается организационная среда. Мы, в частности, наше ведомство федеральное, мы расширяем компетенцию советов представителей коренных народов, которые созданы при каждом региональном правительстве. Недавнее решение федерального правительства отнесло к их компетенции возможность на их площадках заключать соглашения с промышленными компаниями, где можно говорить не только о механизмах компенсации, но и об условиях, обременениях или ставить вопрос об ограничении или даже запрете реализации проектов развития на традиционных землях. Но, минутку, что у меня включился звук. И он мне мешает. Конечно же, мы сталкиваемся с проблемами, конечно же, мы сталкиваемся с проблемой, каким образом эта компетенция могла бы быть, эти полномочия новые, да, насколько они эффективно исполняются. Какие-то регионы успешно, постепенно расширяют свои практики взаимодействия и в рамках этих соглашений прописывают какие-то новые форматы. В каких-то регионах прогресс отсутствует, но создана организационная среда необходимая. Институты уполномоченных по правам коренных народов, количество которых в регионах традиционного расселения коренных народов увеличиваются, они тоже сюда включаются, как национальные правозащитные институты, да, инструменты. Вот. Они в повестке их работы сегодня все больше место занимает вопросы взаимоотношений с промышленными компаниями коренных и возможные нарушения, да, то есть и систем жизнеобеспечения коренных, и их прав. Национальным законодательством признано право коренных народов на участие в принятии решений, в том числе по поводу ситуации, когда могут реализовываться проекты экономического развития на их землях. Что важно отметить? Традиционные земли в Российской Федерации – это примерно 9 миллионов квадратных километров, признанные федеральным правительством. Это места традиционного проживания, традиционных хозяйств деятельности, где может быть установлены начальные элементы правового режима, в том числе ограничивающие возможность традиционных хозяйств. Это территории традиционного природопользования, около 2 миллионов квадратных километров в 14 регионах, где может быть установлен более жесткий правовой режим. И здесь тоже ситуация в регионах может быть по-разному складываться, насколько эти правовые режимы эффективны. Наша задача сегодня оценивать ситуацию, анализировать, предлагая новые мониторинговые процедуры и добиваться, чтобы, значит, вот эти вот инструменты, которые даны, да, они были более совершенными. И в завершение я хотел бы сказать, что мне полностью понятно, и я разделяю тот тезис, когда мы говорим, что в центре вот всех наших дискуссий в контексте климатических изменений должна быть человекоцентричность, да? Потому что коренные народы олицетворяют собой те сообщества, да, группы, которые наделены особым конституционным статусом и правовым, и в соответствии с российским законодательством и конституцией, в соответствии с международными стандартами, они первые чувствуют на себе все эти изменения, и для них они не связаны с такими последствиями, которые, например, урбанизировано население. Для них это связано с возможностью вообще сохранить свои системы жизнеобеспечения, в том числе они чувствуют социально-экономические последствия, которые могут не выявлять академическое сообщество, правительственные структуры. Поэтому мы понимаем ценность их включения в консультации, в процессы принятия решений. В то же время, опять же, повторюсь, главная проблема – это подобрать необходимые инструменты для того, чтобы это обеспечить. Вот. Здесь нам требуется также инициатива коренных народов, то есть их позиция, их видение. Вот. И главное, что сегодня можно отметить применительно к усилиям государства, предметом конституционной правовой защиты и федерального законодательства о гарантиях прав является именно защита исконной среды обитания и традиционного образа жизни. То есть в основе этого лежит именно признание, что благополучная экологическая ситуация, состояние биоресурсов, эффективный доступ к этим биоресурсам коренных народов, все то, вокруг чего строятся дискуссии на климатическом саммите, это и есть основное условие, при котором коренные народы могут сохранять возможности для своего устойчивого развития. Это, мне кажется, очень правильный акцент в национальном законодательстве. И для нашей страны он особенно актуален, потому что территории традиционного расселения коренных народов с различными правовыми режимами, они колоссальны по своим объемам. Еще раз повторюсь, это несколько миллионов квадратных километров. Спасибо.
Thank you very much for this analysis. Coming from the governmental perspective. And as you mentioned at the end that we need strong institutions of indigenous peoples, strong proposals from these institutions and their vision also, how we can develop those standards and collective positions. So now I would like to actually approach our indigenous leaders from various territories. And I thank you very much for this elaboration, and also to Natalia from the Global Compact. Very good discussion. So please, if you can change with our indigenous leaders. And I would like to invite now the second set of speakers, indigenous leaders from Khanty-Mansi Autonomous Okrug, Lyudmila Alfyorova, who is president of the Association of Indigenous Small Numbered Peoples in Yugra, Salvation of Yugra, that's the name of the organization, and Viktor Bilanin, who represents the Regional Association of Indigenous Peoples of the North of Krasnoyarsk territory. I would also like to invite Ms. Antonina Gorbunova, who is member of the United Nations Expert Mechanism on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and executive director of the Union of Indigenous Peoples Soyuz, that is an organizer of this event. So I would like to hear from you, from your perspectives, because your organizations participated in drafting of the study that is available, the study that is shows the legal analysis and the state of the art in the relationship of business and indigenous peoples. What are your models? What are your models in your regions? How you build these relationships, and what are the local specificities that have to be taken into account while we develop the standards, national and regional standards of engaging of business and indigenous peoples? We start with Lyudmila.
Вущеутатантынан йох, что значит с языка ханты Средней Аби. Здравствуйте, дорогие люди. Я представляю Югру. Югра – это автономный округ, на территории которого проживает около 33 тысяч коренных малочисленных народов ханты, манси, лесные ненцы. Это почти 2% от общего числа населения нашего региона. И могу сказать, как практик, как общественник на протяжении длительного времени, работающий в сфере сохранения представления интересов коренных малочисленных народов Югры, могу сказать, что основные меры государственной поддержки, на мой взгляд, совершенно справедливо в нашем округе направлены именно на сохранение традиционной хозяйственной деятельности. К примеру, скажу, что на территории Югры активно сотрудничают, работают 95 общин, которые занимаются традиционной хозяйственной деятельностью. Прежде всего, это рыболовство, охотпромысел, сбор дикоросов, переработка продукции. И отрадно понимать, что продукция эта пользуется большим спросом. Это брендовая продукция, сделана в Югре, пользуется большой популярностью, в том числе и на различных международных общероссийских выставках. Не могу не сказать об оленеводстве. Вообще в сфере традиционных местах компактного проживания проживает у нас порядка 70% из числа коренных малочисленных народов Югры. И отдельная тема – это, конечно, сохранение территорий традиционного предопользования. У нас их образовано 475. Это, скажем, территории регионального значения. И, конечно же, для нас поддержка оленеводства – это прежде всего сохранение этноса, родных языков. Не могу не сказать несколько цифр, по-моему, очень, так скажем, представляющих достойно наш регион, что 41%, так скажем, объемов углеводородного сырья добывается в нашем регионе. 48% территории нашего региона заняты именно вот такими крупными предприятиями, то есть промышленным освоением. И 54% именно земель там, где осуществляют свою деятельность добывающие компании, приходится в большей степени либо полностью, либо частично это на территории традиционного природопользования. Это 333 территории из 475. На мой взгляд, эти все цифры очень внушительные. И для нас очень важно, прежде всего, сохранить баланс, сохранить и интересы, и представлять эти интересы коренных малочисленных народов Югры. За последние десятилетия у нас сложились добрые отношения партнерские с компаниями, недропользователями, с правительством автономного округа. И существуют постоянные площадки для общения всех институтов, да, и гражданских, и власти, и, так скажем, крупных компаний. Это и проведение конференций, круглых столов, это просто рабочие встречи с коренными жителями, где мы вырабатываем единые подходы, вскрываем общие наши вопросы взаимодействия дальнейшего. И не могу не сказать, что есть несколько, вот для себя определяю несколько видов соглашений. Прежде всего, это соглашения, которые заключаются непосредственно с коренные народы и компании недропользователей. Это соглашения, которые, говорил Сергей Николаевич, уже затронул эту тему с этого года, именно Совет представителей коренных малочисленных народов Югры и компании недропользователей, их в этом году 15, с крупными компаниями, в том числе это Лукойл, Западная Сибирь, Сургутнефтегаз, РН Юганск нефтегаз. Вот я хочу сказать о том, что более 1000 соглашений в течение года заключаются напрямую компании недропользователи и коренные народы. И если проходит какое-то несогласование, либо размещение объектов, либо, так скажем, согласование границ, работ на территории традиционного природопользования, тогда подключается и правительство автономного округа в решении этих спорных вопросов, и представители коренных малочисленных народов Севера, в частности, наша общественная организация. Хочется также отметить соглашение, которые направлены на сохранение в целом наших территорий. Соглашение между правительством по развитию территорий компактного проживания коренных народов. То есть это зачастую труднодоступные территории нашего региона. И именно там строятся школы в рамках этих соглашений, так скажем, ну, различные субъекты инфраструктуры. Хочется сказать еще о том, что порядка 1,5 миллиардов рублей именно за 5 лет направлено на сохранение, на развитие традиционных отраслей хозяйствования, территорий традиционного природопользования нашего региона. И в заключение хочется сказать о том, что мы, наверное, уже пережили тот пик наиболее активного освоения нашего региона, потому что сейчас все больше и больше освобождается земель, которые рекультивируются, и мы надеемся на восстановление, так скажем, лесов, пастбищ и так далее, и мест для дальнейшей традиционной хозяйственной деятельности будет все больше и больше, что вселяет надежду, что та практика, которая сложилась в отношениях между нами и коренными народами и всеми заинтересованными структурами, привела к тому, что в сложнейших условиях освоения Севера с 50-х годов прошлого столетия мы сумели сохранить и родные языки, а самое главное традиционный уклад, самобытность наших народов. И я надеюсь, что и дальнейшее вот это вот взаимоотношение, взаимопомощь, взаимовыручка нам будет способствовать только развитию нашего региона. Мы, конечно, сейчас как общественники тоже подключаемся на процессы восстановления биоресурсов. Это выращивание, так скажем, молодых лесов в питомниках, да, деревьев, которые полностью, так скажем, приспособлены к северным условиям. Это и восстановление водоемов наших, да, рыбой более ценных пород. Это и осетр, и муксун, и чир. Ну, в общем, я надеюсь, что наша совместная работа, совместная деятельность идут только на благо.
Thank you very much for this information. And also I understand that it is important for indigenous peoples in Yugra not only have constructive relationship with the business, because probably there is no other way, no other choice if there is so extensive extraction in terms of oil and gas production. And this is understandably important for the common good, right, of the people of the country and so on. But indigenous peoples of Yugra not only survive in these circumstances, but also they manage to, or try to manage to, do some joint efforts with the companies in terms of biodiversity conservation and climate change mitigation as well, and also this activities for sustainable development assistance. So this is very important, I think. A priority that shows a priority that indigenous peoples provide to the companies that we want this while we discuss the standards. What about Krasnoyarsk territory?
Спасибо, Алексей. Я благодарю за возможность высказать свое мнение по этому суперважному вопросу. Я представляю Красноярскую ассоциацию коренных малочисленных народов Севера, которая представляет 8 коренных народов края. На огромной территории проживают наши народы. И не секрет, что наш Красноярский край находится на пороге существенных социально-экономических и хозяйственных преобразований. Налицо заинтересованность крупных российских и международных промышленных компаний в развитии металлургии, угольной промышленности, газонефтеносных районов. И это вызывает серьезную обеспокоенность, конечно, нашего сообщества коренных малочисленных народов Севера Красноярского края и требует определенных шагов по предварительному обсуждению, согласованию системных мер, организации взаимоотношений и более эффективной политики, которая реализуется на территории Красноярского края. Надо сказать, что у нас в Красноярском крае, мы гордимся этим, также создан Совет представителей коренных малочисленных народов Севера при правительстве Красноярского края, в который входят представители, лидеры общественных объединений коренных малочисленных народов Севера. В этот совет не входит ни один чиновник, в отличие от других регионов, где такое случается. И мы принимаем решения исключительно из своего мнения, не без давления со стороны каких-то возможных должностных лиц. Понятно, что эти решения носят рекомендательный характер, но тем не менее органы государственной власти Красноярского края прислушиваются к этому мнению. Более того, у нас существует договоренность, что все проекты решений, которые готовятся и каким-то образом затрагивают наши права и законные интересы, проходит согласование с этим советом представителей. В этом зале сидит как раз председатель совета представителей Григорий Иванович Дюкарев, представитель Таймырской ассоциации, был выдвинут ею. Я вхожу в этот совет как секретарь этого совета, ответственный секретарь. Помимо этого, я являюсь еще и выдвинутой нашей организацией и утвержденный председатель общественного совета при агентстве по делам развития северных территорий и коренных малочисленных народов Севера. Таким образом, наша ассоциация активно участвует в формировании государственной политики, реализуемой на территории Красноярского края. И, естественно, мы включаемся в этот процесс с учетом того, что промышленное освоение наших территорий, оно влечет за собой, конечно, влияние определенное и соответствующие климатические изменения последующие. Поэтому приглашаем на нашу Красноярскую конференцию, которую мы планируем провести в феврале-марте 2025 года по двум основным темам. Первое – это гармонизация взаимоотношений коренных малочисленных народов Севера с промышленными компаниями в условиях интенсивного развития Восточной Сибири. И вторая тема, которую мы хотели бы там же обсудить, это то, о чем как раз говорил Сергей Николаевич передо мной, о том, что крайне важно государственно-частное партнерство и новая экономическая политика, я так ее назову, в отношении традиционной хозяйственной деятельности коренных малочисленных народов Севера на территории Сибири, ну и, естественно, Красноярского края. Новая экономическая политика, на наш взгляд, должна заключаться в том, что от поддержки коренных малочисленных народов Севера, реализуемой на территории России, традиционного образа жизни наших народов, что гарантировано Российской Конституцией, гарантировано федеральными и региональными законами, общепризнанными нормами, договорами Российской Федерации. Помимо этого должна осуществляться, естественно, поддержка традиционной хозяйственной деятельности, экономическая поддержка. Не секрет, что стремительное развитие новых технологий, внедрение этих новых технологий, в том числе и на наших территориях, промышленными компаниями, в городах, поселках, а также новый экономический уклад, требует и от нас тоже быть адекватными и адаптироваться к этой ситуации. Климатические изменения также говорят о том, что мы должны адаптироваться к новым условиям. Мы должны развивать традиционный образ жизни и традиционную хозяйственную деятельность. Мы должны ее модернизировать. Модернизировать в части того, что внедрять новые технологии в наши традиционные виды хозяйственной деятельности, делать их более конкурентоспособными, делать эту продукцию более востребованной, а, соответственно, нас более эффективными. Но мы считаем, что в этой части вот это государственно-частное партнерство должно как раз содействовать тому, чтобы промышленные компании и коренные малочисленные народы Севера, их представители, были не просто наблюдателями в этой ситуации, но и активными участниками этого партнерства. Для этого мы должны со своей стороны делать шаги активного участия в принимаемых решениях на уровне компании, реализациями и формировании политик корпоративных. Мы должны рассмотреть практику применения на нашей территории стандартов ответственности, принципов ESG и, может быть, создать со временем арктический стандарт ответственности компаний, их подрядчиков, которые будут реализовывать свои проекты на наших территориях. Мы считаем, что вот такая модернизация даст возможность привлечь в нашей отрасли молодежь, вернуть молодежи интерес к этим профессиям, поскольку они позволят взаимодействовать им со всем миром, участвовать в жизни и в большой экономике нашей страны, быть существенным элементом. Таким образом, мы сможем адаптироваться к изменяющимся экономическим ситуациям, а, соответственно, и с вызовами климатического кризиса. Я, пожалуй, на этом закончу.
Thank you very much, and also thank you for mentioning the corporate policy part, because this is the question that I want to ask from Antonina. What about the policies, corporate policies? How a good or how a perfect corporate policy would look like from your point of view? What should be there in order for us, for indigenous peoples, first of all, and their communities to say that, okay, this policy is something that we can work with?
Добрый день. Спасибо большое, Алексей Васильевич, за этот вопрос. Первое, что я бы хотела отметить, важно не только содержание корпоративной политики, важен и процесс подготовки этой корпоративной политики. И ключевое здесь это действительно участие, непосредственное участие представителей коренных народов. Консультации должны приходить на всем этапе подготовки корпоративной политики, и это в том числе то, что делали мы, наша команда международных экспертов, когда к нам обратились за консультацией для подготовки корпоративной политики компании «Норильский никель». И вот еще даже не написав ни слова, да, ни одной рекомендации свои эксперты не дав, мы уже облетели 5 поселков Таймыра, мы объездили и Мурманскую область, причем это была зима, это было минус 30 градусов, минус 32 градуса, и мы вот на вертолетах ездили, и наш коллега, доктор Навин Рай, он из Непала, и, конечно же, это было дополнительное такое приключение, такие очень сложные климатические условия. И, кстати говоря, такая поездка именно в таких условиях, она и дала дополнительно всем экспертам возможность понять специфику, в каких условиях живут люди, что это действительно минус 32, и какие это климатические, географические условия. Безусловно, сами консультации должны быть эффективными, и они должны занимать определенное время, в том числе для того, чтобы коренные народы могли выработать свою позицию, могли иметь возможность ознакомиться с проектом документа, могли иметь возможность понять, что в этом документе написано, задать свои вопросы, выработать свою коллективную позицию и эту коллективную позицию компании направить. И, конечно же, здесь очень важно, да, определенная медиация между компанией и коренными народами, действительно для того, чтобы убедиться, что все эти процессы, никто никого не торопит, все стороны действительно идут, скажем, для достижения вот действительно общей цели. Работая вот как раз над корпоративной политикой, еще такой важный момент. Все-таки в первую очередь корпоративная политика, на наш взгляд, должна коренные народы признавать не как стейкхолдеры, не как заинтересованные стороны, а все-таки как правообладатели. И именно в первую очередь признание прав коренных народов в политике должно быть отражено. Но помимо вот этой такой отчасти декларативной вещи, конечно же, политика должна прописывать определенные инструменты взаимодействия для того, чтобы и компания, и коренные народы знали, как, в какой ситуации они могут взаимодействовать, как этот процесс должен проходить. Ну и, конечно же, такие важные вещи, как то, что я всегда на чем делаю акцент, это минимизация возможного негативного воздействия на коренные народы, на традиционный образ жизни, на промыслы. Все-таки в первую очередь мы ставим для себя это целью. И вот я наблюдала сегодня своих коллег, что очень многие подчеркивали этот акцент, что вот для нас, мы для себя приоритет ставим это сохранение традиционного образа жизни, сохранение традиционных промыслов. И, безусловно, именно поэтому для коренных народов России, для коренных малочисленных народов России важна в том числе и климатическая повестка, вопросы изменения климата. И сейчас мы идем к тому, в том числе, чтобы принимать более активное участие, предлагать свое более активное участие, в том числе в тех мероприятиях, которые компании делают по сохранению биоразнообразия, по адаптации и смягчению последствий изменения климата.
Thank you very much to all speakers. And I think we have had a very good, rich discussion about a range of issues, including corporate policies, engagement in general, and shared projects that indigenous peoples would like to develop with businesses. We also discussed the financial aspect of the issue and government perspectives. And since Antonina spoke extensively about the process of preparation of a corporate policy, I think it's reasonable to ask a company representative how they would like to actually implement it. So if we have Mr. Shuburkin with us from Nornickel, I would like to ask him if he could share, as they approved the corporate policy a few months ago by the board of directors. So could you share what are your plans, how this policy would change the altitude, the approaches, and the plans of the company?
Hello, can you hear me?
Do we have Shuburkin?
Yes,
Yes.
I'm here. I'm online. Can you hear me?
Не совсем понимаю.
Вы слышите меня, Алексей? Или нет?
Мы вас слышим.
Слышно?
Да, можете
Да?
продолжать.
Я прошу прощения. Слышно, да? Могу... Distinguished colleagues, it's an honor to address you today at the summit. I would like to appreciate you for your first-hand experience you brought to the table. I agree with Natalia Darpeka and Antonina Garbunova. The main principle of Norilsk Nickel for engagement with indigenous peoples is nothing for us without us. And I agreed with Hindu when she was talking about, let me say, ethical issue of giving money for indigenous peoples. Norilsk Nickel is not for get and forget, give and forgive. And Norilsk Nickel supports development of the indigenous peoples. And I think that Antonina told us enough about all principles of our policy. And please let me share with you a couple words about our program for the support and development of the indigenous peoples of Taimyr. Since 2020, Norilsk Nickel has been implementing its program for the support and development of the indigenous peoples of Taimyr, created on the basis of proposals made by communities and общins. These programs figures are as follows: 40 activities, 5 years of the program implementation, 2 billion rubles of investments. During 4 years of the implementation of the program, 15 rural houses and 2 paramedical stations with houses to accommodate doctors were built in the villages of Ustyavam, Volochanka, and Usport. A bus house and a visit center building was built in the village of Ustyavam. 21 apartments were purchased and renovated in the town of Dudinka for orphans, and 11 schools in remote villages of Taimyr were equipped and equipped with satellite equipment and computers and sets of office equipment as part of the implementation of the internet education system. 2 refrigerating plants were supplied for the storage warehouse and transshipment facilities for deer, fish, and poultry meat. And I hope and I think that we will continue our work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Mr. Shuburkin for sharing about their approach. And I would like to take the opportunity to wish all the best for the company to implement the policy, actually, because the policy.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a difficult
indigenous people accepted the policy. The board of directors accepted the policy. Now is the the challenging, I think, a very challenging task to actually implement it as a team, right? Because the policy, as I heard, should be something that I heard from the vice president actually of Nornickel that the policy should be a Bible for all employees, but also contractors and all those who work with the company, so that indigenous people's rights are implemented. Thank you very much again. And I would like to ask, we have maybe a few minutes before we close. So maybe somebody from the audience would like to make a comment or ask a question before we close. If not, Natalia, please.
Я хочу обратиться к спикерам. Каждый из выступающих так или иначе затронул действительно очень важную тему. Это участие представителей коренных народов вообще в выработке стратегии по климату. Ну, то есть сама стратегия вот по 1,5 градусам, она предполагает общую вовлеченность всех заинтересованных сторон и привлечение всех возможностей, которыми обладают заинтересованные стороны. И мы и на прошлой конференции сторон по климату, то есть COP28, и на этой конференции очень много говорим о необходимости максимального привлечения представителей коренных народов, представителей коренных малочисленных народов в формирование возможностей решения задач климатической повестки. И вот Антонина особенно отметила это. Мы понимаем, что коренные народы обладают уникальными знаниями, мы об этом постоянно говорим. Одновременно с этим они действительно являются правообладателями территорий, и именно они заинтересованы, как, возможно, никто другой в большей степени, в сохранении территорий, в сохранении климата для того, чтобы сохранить экосистемы, в которых они проживают и ведут свою традиционную хозяйственную деятельность. Вот как вы видите на сегодняшний день, как действительно очень сильное, формирующееся и развивающееся объединение представителей коренных народов, представляя интересы коренных народов, как вы видите свою вовлеченность вот в эту повестку именно на уровне возможности влиять на принятие решений на национальном уровне и на международном уровне? Ну, наверное, этот вопрос адресую Антонине.
Спасибо большое за ваш вопрос. Первое, какую мы задачу себе ставим, и вчера мы это уже затрагивали, это, конечно, повышать свой собственный экспертный потенциал, да, для того, чтобы действительно иметь больше возможностей для того, чтобы за столом переговоров оставить свою позицию. И повышать свой экспертный потенциал. И вот у нас сидят девушки, победительницы школы общественной дипломатии, наше будущее, те, кто будет этим заниматься. И если мы уже говорим о конкретном, то, конечно, это также вопрос, как и во всем остальном, наверное. Это о солидарности, то есть это действительно о сотрудничестве и коренных народов, и научного сообщества, и бизнеса, и представителей органов государственной власти. И на сегодняшний день мы действительно уже видим, что в том числе через аналитическую работу, которую мы проводили на примере вот этого исследования о взаимодействии бизнеса и коренных народов, мы можем через аналитику, через выстраивание методологии, через выстраивание наших рекомендаций, мы можем также внести свой вклад и в разработку таких стратегических документов. Я вот вижу, что Сергей Николаевич просит предоставить ему слово. Нет, ты вот так вот рукой машешь.
Давайте я тогда прокомментирую, тем более Наталья очень интересную тему обозначила, каким образом коренные народы могут быть вовлечены, да, в решение этой повестки, потому что действительно вопрос с инструментами самый главный. И не каждый эксперт ответит, тем более в Российской Федерации очень большая специфика. Кстати, именно за нашей спецификой многие международные инструментарии, построение консультаций с коренными народами, там реализация принципа СПОС, вот лично мое мнение, но они не могут прямо быть применимы, да, в российских реалиях, потому что зачастую с компаниями в качестве переговорщиков не являются какие-то коренные народы, которые бы имели бы коллективные институты принятия решений, да, то есть здесь нужно совершенно другие разрабатывать инструменты. Вот. Это первое. Второе, каким образом, такой же вопрос, как именно могут влиять коренные народы значит, делать свой вклад в предотвращение климатических, например, изменений. Ну, мне кажется, здесь есть уже большой вклад на уровне национальном. Например, мы знаем, что коренные народы, именно они лоббируют создание новых и новых территорий с особыми правовыми режимами природоохранного характера, которые направлены на защиту исконной среды обитания, но параллельно с этим исключают либо ограничивают возможность реализации проектов экономического развития. А это в масштабах страны миллионы квадратных километров. Миллионы квадратных километров даже в масштабах социокультурных регионов мира. Это большие биорезерваты. Мы знаем, что коренные народы сегодня продвигают вопросы, чтобы компании включали свои экологические политики в планы мероприятий, например, мероприятия по поддержанию, сохранению биоресурсов, например, водных биоресурсов, ценных пород рыб, которые составляют основу цепочек питания и систем экономических коренных народов. И это могут быть исследовательские работы компаний, оценки, да, состояния территорий тех же биоресурсов. Вот это тот вклад, который...
удалила. То есть я
Это
еще...
тот вклад, извините, кто-то в конференции, да, у нас чей-то голос со стороны. Выключите звук, пожалуйста. То есть это тот вклад, который сегодня уже может быть оценен как большой прогресс, да, который коренные народы достигают. Дальше, именно вот Норильский никель выступал. Я понимаю, я помню, как эволюционировали отношения, да, в этом регионе. Вот. То есть коренные народы тогда своей активностью, да, и, значит, обеспечили, ну, принятие новых корпоративных документов, они послужили примером для других компаний. То есть это был достаточно всеобъемлющий документ, я его один раз читал, когда вот он только публиковался, и сегодня это тоже определенный ориентир, да, для других компаний. Это тоже вклад коренных народов благодаря их активности, да, то есть тех институтов, которые в Красноярском крае. А мы знаем, насколько Красноярский край очень сложный регион. Там только 6 региональных, ну, больших ассоциаций, которые внутри себя представляют еще зонтичные сети других ассоциаций и множество общин, которые не имеют, да, каких-то центров общих принятия решений, и в таких условиях выработать какой-то инструментарий, ну, и вести эффективные консультации, да, даже не переговорные процессы, достаточно сложно. Это тоже тот опыт, который благодаря и с участием институтов коренных народов Красноярского края, а это все-таки 2,5 миллиона, по-моему, квадратных километров Красноярский край, да, это тоже то, что можно сегодня уже использовать, и для нас это и опыт, и новые ориентиры, и достаточно серьезный прогресс. То есть, в принципе, наверное, сегодня вклад мы уже можем оценять и расширять эту работу.
Thank you. Еще? Последнее, заканчивать.
Да, и последняя ремарка, когда мы говорим о каких-то позитивных практиках, да, что очень часто их инициируют коренные народы, но именно коренные народы первыми бьют тревогу, когда компании ведут себя на территории грязно. Первые, когда происходит загрязнение, или когда действительно накопленный эффект, он вредит экологии, окружающей среде. И коренные народы, и мы знаем, да, такие очень сложные ситуации, например, с золотодобывающими компаниями в наших республиках в Сибири. И вот здесь коренные народы действительно первые, да, кто поднимает вопрос о том, что данные компании нарушают и природоохранное законодательство, да, то, что они действительно вносят очень серьезный, очень такой значительный ущерб окружающей среде. И вот именно коренные народы, вот мы знаем, несколько действительно сейчас, в том числе случаев, когда коренные народы отстаивают экологическую ситуацию. Спасибо.
Я тоже хотел бы добавить к тому вопросу, который сейчас подняли Наталья Евгеньевна, Сергей Николаевич дополнил. Дело в том, что существенным моментом климатического кризиса является необходимость сокращения выбросов СО2. Как известно, наша тайга сибирская, например, в основном там нет свободных участков, там все участки либо территории традиционного природопользования, либо территории места проживания традиционной хозяйственной деятельности коренных народов, либо это охотничьи, либо рыболовецкие участки какие-то, оленеводческие пастбища. И, естественно, в борьбе с лесными пожарами могли бы существенную роль оказать как раз коренные малочисленные народы Севера, осуществляя оперативный мониторинг, может быть, оперативное даже участие в тушении этих пожаров. Как известно, говорят ученые, что предупредить это потом нести расходы в 30 раз дороже, чем предупредить это и на начальном этапе пожары погасить. Поэтому Россия у нас лидер по поглощению СО2 лесами, поэтому надеюсь, что и тут коренные народы могли бы очень существенную роль сыграть, дополнив свои виды деятельности, также и деятельностью, связанную с охраной и обеспечением безопасности от пожаров.
Yes, thank you all very much for this conversation. I allowed for more time for our discussion because I learned from our organizers of the pavilion that there will be no event after this. So, but we really have to close now. And for closing, I would like to one more time pay your attention to the flyers that are available on the table in the back with the QR code, which lead you to the study. That is actually an initiative of indigenous peoples organizations. The study that I believe will become a yearly or a periodic monitoring mechanism from by indigenous peoples to monitor the state of the art, the situation of and also to maybe this will lead to a creation of a ranking system by indigenous people. So the ranking system where they, elaborate on a criteria how to rank the companies on the basis of their compliance with human rights of indigenous peoples and international and domestic standards. So I think all these initiatives coming from indigenous peoples can actually be very useful, very helpful for the enhancing of the behavior of the companies and enhancing of the corporate culture. That is very important, I think, to change. And indigenous peoples are actors that can change it, in fact. So thank you all the speakers and the audience for your participation. I would like to invite you to other events of indigenous peoples in this pavilion. On Thursday will be a side event on capacity building of indigenous peoples in the context of climate change. Tomorrow in the Russian pavilion, there will be an event on challenges and barriers and opportunities of indigenous peoples in relation to climate action. And also on Friday, another side event in the Russian pavilion related to the indigenous peoples and food security in the context of climate change. So these events, I also believe there will be another on Friday on indigenous youth of Arctic and the Amazon and climate change in this pavilion. So please come and support indigenous cause. Have a good afternoon. Thank you, and thank you for coming. I'm glad you took the time.